Okay, so I said to go ahead and stream on YouTube. It might take it a minute. We'll see. Hey, it looks like I'm live. YouTube, oh, cool. It might take it a minute. Yay! At least that's live. I have to see if my computer can even handle this. Much less my internet. I'm pretty sure my computer can handle this. Okay, so let's see. It looks like I'm live on YouTube. Am I live on TikTok? TikTok? Yeah, I'm live on TikTok. Hello. All right, Twitch. Am I live on Twitch? No. I am not live on Twitch. Okay. Start stream. Okay. Does this mean I'm actually live? I'm streaming on Twitch. Okay. I guess I'm live on Twitch. And I'm live on StreamYard and Instagram. Anyway, so yeah, this is my first live. Wow. Okay, let me see if I can pull up. I have no idea what I'm talking about today. This is my very first time. I have no idea what I'm even talking about. I've only talked about Autism Speaks for the last 6 weeks. I'm kind of tired of talking about it. I do know one little juicy scandal we could get into. If anybody's interested in a nice juicy scandal, no, I don't want Autism Speaks problems. I just want autism. And we're just going to go autism. Or autistic. How autistic. So I want to see what's in the news under autistic. I'm kind of curious. So I am going to be, I'm just doing a test run here. I want to see if I can get anyone on, what is that, Instagram. Because I've never streamed on Instagram before. I've never I've never stretched on, I've never stretched before on Twitch. Never streamed before on Twitch. I do kind of have an audience. Orla, hi, Orla, how you doing? I'm actually attempting to stream on 4 different venues right now, which is kind of crazy. I'm using 26% of my CPU right now. That's not too bad, I don't think. That's not really pushing it really hard, and I'm streaming 4 different streams right now, so that's pretty cool. So anyway, these twin brothers, but their autism isn't shots. Health news. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, please don't do this. Okay, that was the headline. Okay, this says shots. Health news from NPR. KRCCC. Okay, so NPR is National Public Radio usually, which is an American public radio. Let's see. These identical twins grew both up with autism, but took very different paths. Yeah, but what kind of identical twins are they first? There's like 8 different types of identical twins. It could be one cell that's split and then has 2 fathers. It could be one cell that was fertilized that was split. It could be mirror twins that split in such a way that they're mirror twins. It could be 2 eggs and 1 father that happen to get fertilized at the same time. I mean, there's all kinds of different twins. There's few actually, I guess you would call perfect twins that are one egg that split that one fertilized egg that split exactly. Oh, there's also like you can have male female twins that aren't related, that aren't actual identically genetically identical, except for being having their same parents' heritage because it's different eggs and different sperm. Sorry to ruin the mood. I found it so sad. What was that? What's that? That what made you sad, Saf? I'm doing good now. I'm doing much better. All right, these side by side photos show twins of John Fetters on the left, the first date. We don't care. Okay. The Science of Siblings is a new series exploring the ways our siblings can influence us, from our money, our mental health, all the way down to our very molecules. We'll be sharing these stories over the next several weeks. Oh boy. Oh, I haven't heard about this. I have not heard about this. No, I heard. No, I haven't heard anything recently about this. Oh boy. So this is the UK. So, um, UK. Does this have to do with autism, or is it just kids bullying kids? Okay, 14. Let's see. Schoolboy 14 suffers horrifying facial injuries. Oh boy. Oh no, no. Okay. But they could have been autistic. Okay, so we're going to talk about it or look at it real quick. Uh, the boy needed hospital treatment for serious facial injuries after the attack, which has been condemned by political leaders. Excuse me. I don't know anything about this at all. Why, thank you, Jody. I don't know anything about this. I'm supposed to be talking about autistic stuff, but, um, I'm autistic, so I guess it's autistic now. Right? A gang of teenagers rained punches on a boy, smashed him in the face, kicked him as he lay helpless on the ground. Oh no. The shocking attack is said to have happened just because the victim is said to have been gay. Footage of the assault is now circulating on social media. Now, actually, we can get into autism on this now. Uh, because, what? They say a third of us are of autistic people are LGBT. I don't buy that for a damn minute. I would say at least 2/3 of autistic people are gay, are queer, are non-binary. They are something to the effect of what is outside what is considered to be a straight person. Oh yeah, well I don't know. Are these twins? Okay, we're gonna go back to these twins, but are they even autistic though? That's the thing. Because it did say I did put in the word autistic. Let's see, identical twins with autism. Okay, okay, you're right. You're right. We're gonna go there. I want to know. I have an inquiring mind. Oh yeah, it said it right there, and I missed it. Shh. We are not talking about this. Okay, Sam and John Fetters are identical twins at opposite ends of the spectrum. Okay, Sam is a sophomore at Amherst College who plans a double major in history and political science. He has free times and runs marathons. So, one more than likely, if people get this always, and I haven't seen this yet, and that's why I do this, because I like to show that it is so common that I can call it before I see it. And then when it comes to asexual, you're supposed to be twice as likely to be sexual if you're autistic. I've known a lot of asexual autistics that, in fact, most have had sex. Most of them essayed, and most have their own definitions of what it is to be asexual because some want sex sometimes, some is impersonal, some never want it, some will have it with people because they care about people, and then some are pretty much asexual, but they're actually um, what is it where you really love the mind? Um, what is the word where you call where you anyway? So because they really love the mind, and I'm that way too. I can't remember the word, but then they'll be attracted, but otherwise they're asexual. So and I'm sure I'm really screwing up, and there's probably a lot more and better meanings. But what my point is just because someone is asexual does not necessarily mean that they do not or have not had sex, or that they are not that they wouldn't or wouldn't enjoy it. But it doesn't mean they will either. So it's really, really individualistic. Anyway, so I am seeing if my computer is going to explode. I'm at my CPU is at 25%, 30%. I am on what is this? I'm on Instagram, TikTok. I am also on what is this? Twitch, Twitch and YouTube. Well, and the thing is, it is asexual is kind of an umbrella term because there's really not terms for the different types of asexual people. And then if you did, you're just basically talking about an individual anyway. So I'm gonna guess, I'm without looking at this, that one of these guys, and people always conflate this, that and I'm not trying to do any kind of supremacist thing or anything else. I'm saying that they are both autistic, 100%. Any way you want to look at it. Although I think a lot of people conflate certain intellectual disabilities with autism itself. Although I think there are cases where autism itself can be so overwhelming that no one can function at all ever. Like hearing is so loud that it basically literally is so overwhelming that they can't concentrate or do anything else. So they might be kind of stuck in a horrible place there, of just being overwhelmed. And so that may kind of actually present as what do they call it now? ID, intellectually disabled. So I'm trying to be fair here, to say that they are both autistic, but I think there's different reasons that are being conflated when they say that they're just both autistic. No, there's other things going on with both of these people that makes them different, even though they are twins. Like I said, one may be intellectually um, have more intellectual disabilities. He also may have hyper sensitivity so much that he can't think, so to speak. Um, it could be a combination of both. I don't know. But what I'm saying is they're just going to conflate it and call it autism without. I'm afraid. I've seen reputable resources do that. Let's see what happens. The Science of Siblings, a new series explaining the ways our siblings can influence us, from our money and mental health all the way down to our very molecules. I love that. We'll be sharing these stories over the next several weeks. Sam and John Fetters, 19, are identical twins at opposite ends of the. See, okay, they're even characterizing it as ends of a spectrum. When it's a spectrum wheel. Like this. All right. Let's see if I can get that big. No. Yeah, okay. Maybe bigger. Okay. So this is what it looks like. So there's not an end on the flat earth, peoples. Okay? There ain't no end on the flat earth. Okay? So there ain't no end to no spectrum nowhere. Okay? There's a big old ice wall here. Okay. Sorry. I'm so sorry I did that. Okay. So our perspectives here are, we're looking kind of like at this line here, from one end to the other is the way they're looking at it instead of this wheel. And so we've already got a big problem there. And I don't even see it as a wheel. I see it as more a globe in which you could be anywhere inside that globe. So it's more three-dimensional. So it's more individualized. Or a whole bunch of spectrums altogether. So, demisexual, thank you so much. Demisexual, yes, I am demisexual. I like brains, which is kind of, we're not going to, I'm a very visual thinker, so that just is very, very ugly look. Not something I want to visualize, I'm telling you. Okay. Sam is a sophomore at Amherst College who plans to double major in history and political science. In his free time, he runs marathons. John attends a special high school, struggles to form sentences, and likes to watch Teletubbies and says, "Oh, come on. Don't do this. They're emphasizing the one." You know what? There are professors that like freaking Bluey. Okay? I like. This is my favorite fidget. Okay? This is actually Adventures 1974 Weeble Wobble. I had one just like this when I was 5. Okay? But so they're trying, but his brother might freaking like My Little Pony. That's kind of BS. I don't like the way they did that. Two brothers, same genes, different flavors of autism. Okay, I don't like the way they're characterizing this. Well, right. I took an IQ test, and I don't like to say what I got on it. But I'll just say I scored above average. And that was after 6 hours of testing that they gave me this IQ test. And I was so tired. I was like, I didn't know it was an IQ test at the time. But it was the last test of the day. And I'm like, you know what? I'm done. I'm done for the day. I am completely done for the day. I can do these. My brain is just too tired. I'm done. And then when I realized what it was and everything, I thought that exact thing. I was like, boy, if I was to practice taking IQ tests for like a month or two, oh my goodness, if you spent all your time just taking IQ tests, practicing, then you could improve your score probably 30 points easy. Yeah. Anyway, so I just don't like the way they tell this is the smart one and here is the who listens to Teletubbies and watches Sesame Street. He's so childish. I just don't like that. I don't like the way they're characterizing that at all. That doesn't. I do not feel comfortable, right? I don't feel comfortable with that at all. Anyway, two scientist twins, like scientists and John, pose an important question. How can a disorder that is known to be highly genetic look so different in siblings who share the same genome? Because it's the switches. It's not just about genes. You have, okay, let's say you have five switches, right? Five. You have five switches. You may have 10 different switches that turn on that gene on and off. And that gene may be applied to different things and do different things. Likewise, you may have other genes that do the same thing that that one did, or they may kind of cross over. So it's just not straight up and cut and dry. If you have these genes, you are autistic, you are not autistic. We do know that if you have these certain genes and you're autistic, that yes, they are involved. But we don't know anything about the switches or how or why they are involved. So we can't say we can just like pull these genes out and you're going to be okay, and we can just put something else in there. Am I hope I'm making sense here. Um, I hope I'm not being too confusing here. Okay, so to scientists. Okay, so let's go. That is one of the greatest ministries right now in research on autism, says Stephanie Morris, a pediatric neurologist at Kennedy Krieger Institute in Baltimore. And that was in quotes. Solving that mystery could help explain autism's odd mix of nature and nurture, Morris said. It also may help modify the trajectory of autistic children experiencing speech and language delays or difficulty with social communication. Odd mix of nature and nurture. Solving the mystery that could help explain autism's odd mix of nature and nurture. What are they talking about? Nature. It also might help modify the trajectory of autistic children experiencing speech delays. Basically, she's talking about studying genes. I get that. I just don't know what she means odd mix of nature and nurture. Is she saying that we don't nurture? Or that our nurture's mixed up with nature? I don't get it. I have no idea what she's saying. You know? So, anyway, I wonder, am I live? Am I still live up there? Okay. Add a category. Okay, so I'm not live yet on Twitch. I have to add a category. Screen info. I never have done this before. I'm gonna pull this down. I've never even done it. Search for a category. Autism. There. Autistic. Max, an autistic journey. Okay. Tags. Autism? I never have done this before. Autistic? Okay, English. Content classification. No, 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 no. No, I'm not doing any of this. Bad, bad. You're required to disclose if your content is not suitable for certain excessive gambling. No. Whoa, we're not doing any of that stuff. Okay. Start stream. Category and help viewers discover your stream. Add a category. How do I add a category? I haven't seen all this on this Twitch thing. Um, to save. Wait. I can't figure this out. For the life of me. Okay. I'm ready to go live, but why won't it add a category to go live? What kind of category? I don't know what they mean by add a category. Early diagnosis and intervention makes a great difference with ASD. It. Okay, yes. Okay. Okay, so how do I start the stream now? Oh. Search for a category. Education, maybe? Education? Advocacy? What would be the best thing to do, Orla? I'm on for Twitch. Neuro. Okay, I'm at AUTISTIC. An autistic journey. Max, an autistic journey. Alice, magical. It like wants me to find. Okay, search category. Autism. Neurodivergent. No. Okay. I don't know what to put on this Twitch thing for education. Advocacy. I don't know what they mean by category. Add a category to go live. Help viewers discover your Steam. Can't I make up my own? There. Bam. Wait, I don't want it. Add tags to help. Okay. I'm gonna put education. Fuck, I don't know what else to put. I have no idea what that is. Um, I know this is a weird place to go. Twitch is. Okay, go live. Okay, I'm live. Ba 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 ba. That's my live, evidently my live theme. I don't know why that was my live theme. I am so sorry that happened. Okay. I have never been live on this before. Okay, so we were talking about. Thank you guys for putting up with me. I'm I'm practicing for this evening. All right, this so okay. So I just got live. Thank you so much for dealing with me, Orla. Um, okay. I tried to put advocacy and it didn't have it, so I just put education, and finally something popped up because it said I have a category, but then a lot of them were like particular streamers or something. Um, so when you're talking about early diagnosis and intervention, makes a great deal of difference. Now, like my son didn't speak, but I stopped everything to ensure that he did um, start speaking, so that he did. Where's my Instagram where I'm on live too. Anyway, so but I had to intervene and very, very, very specifically like teach him to talk. It wasn't real easy to tell you the truth. Um, the same thing with diaper training. He did not want to get out of diapers. He didn't care. And finally, I was like, dude, you. He was like about 6 or so, almost 7, and I was like, dude, you're about to go to school. He was held back a year. So, yeah, you are. No, you're haunting me. Yes, you are haunting me, and it's great. I need someone too. Let's see. I don't have anybody on my Instagram yet. I have an Instagram. I've never done that before. I just got Twitch up. I thought I had it up for a while, but I didn't. I just got it up, and right now I've also got YouTube up and TikTok, but I've had those up for a while. But this is my very first time. See, tonight or this afternoon, let's see, some from 5 to 7 Mountain Time. I am going to be going live with my first show, talking about BS, kinda like this, and I'm going to be doing that for 2 hours a day, Monday through Friday. So, and not just talking about Autism Speaks, but mostly talking about hopefully autistic stuff. Right. Well, and all. How do you Ray? Um, all autistic people are traumatized. But this is a really cool story. I'm interested in it. Okay, these are identical twins, whatever that means, whatever type of identical twins, and they're both autistic, but one is In college, the other one seems to have intellectual disabilities of some sort, and they're infantilizing the one, and then like being starstruck with the other, which is kind of pissing me off a little bit. So anyway, Sam and John are spending the weekend with their mom, Kim Laird. The fam is at the family apartment at West Tinsbury. This sounds so freaking English. A small town in Martha's Vineyard. So it's okay, it's Martha's Vineyard. That's a small island too. Martha's Vineyard is really small. The twins crowd together on a couch. Even seated, they look tall. Standing, Sam is 6 foot 5 inches. His brother just an inch shorter. So let me see. Sam must be the smart one because they're going to talk about him and then compare him or differentiate him from the not so smart brother, I bet. Yeah, yeah. Sam's a sophomore at college. I see. I don't look at this stuff, but I can call it. I can always call this stuff. And the reason is because of the ableism in society. Anyway, John lets Sam do most of the talking. He frequently touches his brother, who sometimes takes his hand. John is truly a tremendous amount. Has a yeah, of course he does. John has a truly tremendous amount of empathy. Sam says he's able to be very supportive. Of course he is. When Sam and his mother were at odds, John would comfort him, and when Sam would run track and cross country in high school meets, he'd see his brother at the finish line jumping up and down because he was so happy. Of course he was. That's your brother. Come on. And he was excited, and he's autistic, just like you are. It's normal. That's what we do. And we flap. Okay. When John speaks, it is often about Sesame Street characters, including his favorite Cookie Monster. Okay, so that's not a symptom, what he's describing, of autism. 1/3 of autistic people have ID, intellectual disabilities. Now, only about 1% of neurotypicals have intellectual disabilities. So, therefore, because most often those who have intellectual disabilities are autistic, autistic people are always conflated as having intellectual disabilities. Now, they're two separate things, and the reason that we need to make sure that they stay separate is this. Autistic people, that is, people who are not autistic, can have intellectual disabilities. Autistic people can have intellectual disabilities. So that alone doesn't have anything to do with autism, and autism doesn't have anything to do with intellectual disabilities. Nor does being autistic or autistic have to do with either one. This being said, we know for a fact, for whatever reason, 1/3 of us do have intellectual disabilities, so we are much more prone to have said intellectual disabilities. um, I would say a lot of the difficulties in processing problem solving and difficulties in uh, and processing, problem solving, uh, pretty much problem solving, I guess, and that a lot of autistics tend to have pretty good logical skills, and so that having very very difficult issues with logical skills also. Would you be right? Would I be right, Orla? Is that the right way to describe it? Um, because there are people with high support needs, and there are autistic with low support needs, but there are different reasons that people are at lower support needs, right? Um, but there are some people that are not able to function or ever learn the simplest of things because for whatever their wires are crossed or whatever, so they are not capable of problem solving, putting toothpaste on their toothbrush, or problem solve their way through getting dinner or whatever. Now, this being said, I do have very difficult times with some things like opening a refrigerator or opening a can sometimes. Really weird, stupid things. But I'm very highly intellectual in a lot of regards, and I'm very high at problem solving. Yeah, well, yes, people associate it with intelligence, and you're right. I kind of don't agree with that. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But yes, usually, and that's what in generally how I was meaning in intellectual disabilities, as in intelligent. Well, I guess intelligence. I guess I don't know. I don't want to sound like a prejudiced jerk. I don't know. Like I said, there are folks that cannot don't have the ability to put toothpaste on their own thing, or on their toothbrush, or cook dinner or whatever. And so those are the people with the higher support needs. Why they're there, we don't know, because there's all kinds of different issues that could be going on. But what I am saying is that people that have those higher support needs or whatever, whose brains um, are not able to function at those things, um, are conflated with autism itself. That's what I'm saying. I don't think autism itself necessarily affects intelligence at all. That's my case. My case is it does not affect autism itself, does not. Well, yeah, under self care and stuff like that, like I forget to brush my teeth and so forth. But there are people, even if you ask them, autistics, that even if you try to help them brush their teeth, they can't. You know, but I don't think that's necessarily autism itself. That doesn't have anything to do with sensory, unless the sensory is such a level that, like I said, is literally driving them mad, and to an extent, or it's so much that they just can't function. And I don't know if that's the case or not. I'm just trying to be fair and real. Am I, or am I sound like a jerk? I don't want to be a jerk. I just don't like the fact that um, people, or the people, well, they call it ID, intellectual disabilities, and I do have some intellectual disabilities. Right. Exactly. Yeah, and there are I have tons of executive function problems and so forth, but I can logically tell you what I'm supposed to be doing and everything else. Where there's a lot of people that can't logically or intellectually tell you what the problems are, identify them, or be able to fix them or work on them. Even if we can't functionally fix them, we can identify those. So that's what I'm talking about. So if it's being fair and not being, I just don't want to sound like I'm being ableist or hateful or anything, because I'm not. Yeah, hey Ray, you know what I'm saying? I don't want to sound like I'm being a jerk. I'm just saying that out of the intellectual disability people who are considered intellectually disabled, it's 1% of the autistic population, 30% of us autistic people. But we know that intellectual disability is not autism because people that are not autistic are also intellectually disabled. Right, exactly. Exactly. We all have different root causes for the intellectual disabilities, and I do have some in some respects, mostly in executive functioning, but there are some cognitive things that are really bad for me. Um, but I would never be considered, quote, intellectually disabled. Although in some cases, I have taken some tests, and there's some places that I would say, yeah, I score really low. Like, really low. Oh, like, I could have scored that low. Right? Uh, okay. So I hope I'm not sounding like a jerk. Yeah, we all have similar problems. Could have different root causes. We also have different environments that we grew up in. We have different sensitivities, different levels of sensitivities, different ways of perceiving the world. Different for intellectual disabilities, different intellectual abilities, different uh, disabilities, challenges, all that junk. And then we have different colors of skin, and then we have to deal with different races and racisms and different people hating us because of our religion or our family's religion and being autistic or the color of our skin or our sex or gender and being autistic. So we have the world and autism thrown on top. And then if we're like a person of color in the wrong country, then we have other disadvantages. And there's also gender and sex disadvantages too. So yeah. So far, you know what? My stream is held up. Is this good? I'm running 4 streams. My CPU's at 23% and been steady. My computer's cool. I need to turn it up a little bit, maybe. Turn up the fan. Turn up one fan a little bit. Okay. So, let's read about these twins. I'm very curious. Twin studies are the best studies you can know, but what they won't say. Oh yeah, I'd have to take note of everybody else's experience because I'm just an autistic guy, and I feel bad. I feel like survivor's guilt or something because like I have friends and family members of friends that are my age or are a little bit older than me that have kids that are in their 30s and 40s that are super high support needs. And my kids weren't. I don't know what that's like. And I know these people can't speak for themselves. I want to speak for them. It's not my place. I will speak on their behalf, not for them, but on their behalf if they can't speak for themselves. Um, but I'm not going to be Autism Speaks and try to speak instead of them. Well, this is awesome. Yeah, I haven't stuttered or anything. I wonder what my. I'm going to do a quick speed test. But anyway, why that particular Muppet? He likes cookies. Well, of course. Early in life, Sam and John were much more similar than they seem today. Now, watch, this is going to go downhill, and you're just going to see it get ableist. They both did not wave. They did not respond to their name. They both had a lot of repetitive movements, and that's going to be up till about 2 or 4, somewhere in there. At 2, neither was speaking, so Laird enrolled them in an early intervention preschool. It worked for Sam. He started talking and never stopped. The thing is this is what bothers me. A lot of times you don't know. You don't know that it actually helped. It may have been the fact that they were just out in the world and they got older and their brains were ready to grow and learn and they got the proper stimuli. It may have been that they got the proper stimuli at the time when their brain was ready. But no matter what, whenever we do ABA, it's just like religion. God always did it. We always attribute good things to God and bad things to Satan. Good things to ABA, bad things to not doing enough ABA. Not doing enough intervention. Problems with the parents. We can throw the blame around all day. But it's always going to be attributed to intervention and ABA, no matter what. I have never, ever seen a big ABA fan that ever admitted that their child got older in 3 years, and you know what? They might have learned to talk on their own. Now, I'm not saying that ABA couldn't help. And I'm not saying that not ABA, but teaching the child or like speech therapy or something couldn't help. Or I'm not even going to say it may not even that it's not important. I would, if my kids seem to be behind, sure. But we don't always attribute everything good to ABA and everything bad to something else. And that's all I've seen. It's just like a religion, and that's why I call it a cult, and that's why it is a cult. Yeah, and well, the thing is with ABA, the problem with ABA is the bond is set with ABA, and the idea is that the parent becomes dependent. They get a, they become the autism mom, and they develop an identity around being that autism mom, and ABA, they become dependent upon that for that feedback and for that feeling of self-worth, and they become like codependent, and they do that kind of, I mean, it's by the nature of how it works. And that because they're going to always promote ABA, because if they say, your kid doesn't need it, they don't have a kid to work with. They're out of work. So there's always going to be something to improve on, always something to work on. It didn't matter if the kids are, you could take, I guarantee you could slip perfectly, perfectly holistic kids. I mean, super holistic kids. And just give them the label of autism and put them in ABA therapy all over the country, and you watch on video and see what happens, see how they're treated. I guarantee you the therapist wouldn't even notice that they weren't autistic. Guarantee you they would not notice those kids were not autistic. Now think about this. They say, well, these kids, would you put a normal human being, an autistic kid, through 6 hours of school a day? So they got up an hour before school, right? So that's probably about 7-8 hours altogether. But let's just say just 6 hours of school. And then you put them in 8 hours of therapy every day. 14 hours a day of therapy and school. Well, super holistic. Actually, we're having holistic awareness month in May. It is holistic awareness month, and on TikTok and hopefully on other media platforms, we will be uh, making videos about holistic people and how to help them because it is an epidemic. Did you know that 99% of people in this country are holistic and they don't even know it? They have no idea. They didn't wake up that one day and just know that they were autistic. They might be holistic for the rest of their lives, and no matter how many vaccinations we give them, they will always stay holistic. I'm so sorry. I have been watching way too much Bob and Suzanne Wright, the founders of the Autism Speaks. They love doing the interviews and stuff. They didn't get cry eyed and stuff like that, though, actually. I was maybe taking a little bit of poetic license, just a little bit. Oh, cool. Woohoo! Woohoo! I had like a person follow me on Twitch. Thank you. And it's an autistic woman. That was yesterday. That's so cool. Woo! I started all this trying to see if I could do these. Oh, I did my speed test. I hope you know anything because I really don't even know what this means, but holy heck. Okay, 7 milliseconds. Okay, it downloads at 60.6 and then uploads at 44.9. So I don't know what this 7 milliseconds is, but it's green, has a down arrow, says 60.6 milliseconds. Purple arrow pointing up says 44.49. Have any idea what that means? Is that good? Okay. Well, see, the thing is I know there's a general on my internet right now, so it's not like I know it could be at about 200 times faster. I know we're paying a certain amount, but it might be like an extra 50 or something like that, which I would be totally willing to pay for. I would totally be because I drop streams a lot of times with um I drop streams with our internet as it is, and it's fiber optic. It's not like it's got bad connections. It's just that it's at like 60 megabytes per second or something, which is probably what this is, about 60. I think it downloads at 60 and then I can upload at 44 or something. And my CPU, yeah, that's where it is. And there's a general on it. It's at 62. It's downloading at 62, and I know there's a general on it because I bet you I could get like 350 something like that real easy if they took the generals off. Which basically they hold back how much you can do so they can charge you more money and basically run a smaller bandwidth and serve more people. So yes, they can put you on with a bigger bandwidth. They just make you pay more. Which, yeah, that makes sense. Kinda. Okay, so this is kind of cool. I think I'm running these. I'm trying to see. I'm going to run my first chat. I'm doing so terrible. I put howdy, Hawdy. Okay, so they're gonna infantilize this dude, and the other dude they're gonna make him like he's all that. I can just see it. Early in life, Sam and John were much more similar than they may seem today, Leard said. They both did not wave, they did not respond to the name, but they both had a lot of repetitive movements, she says. Um, I wish this. I wish the chat box that I have gave a timestamp, like when stuff said stuff, when people said stuff. At 2, neither was speaking, so Laird enrolled them in an early intervention preschool. It worked for Sam. He started talking and has never stopped, Laird said. It was only then we were like, well, what's going on with John? And see, I had 2 kids, and I don't know why. I'm autistic. And both of my kids are autistic, but I did not know I was autistic till I was 50, and I didn't diagnose them till I was about 51 or 2. But and they are definitely autistic for sure, for sure, for sure. Um, and I was a hospital corpsman, that's why I was able to diagnose them. But anyway, when I diagnosed them, I forgot what the heck I was talking about. Oh, Cade was delayed on. Okay, they were adults once I diagnosed them, but when they were kids, um, Cade was very delayed, like on his diaper. He almost went to kindergarten in a diaper. He almost didn't talk, but I just figured he needed extra time. I knew he had had seizures and stuff. And so I just was like, okay, the seizures affect him. He just needs a little bit extra time to catch up with things. And then I talked to him about the diaper. He stopped using a diaper because I talked to him about it. And then I literally taught him to talk by going through drills with him and making sounds together and kind of pissing him off a lot. I did kind of irk him quite a bit, but hey, it is what it is. Yeah, but they weren't all exactly the same either, were they? You know? Over the next few years, it says it became clear that he and John were on different paths. Exactly. Or autistic people on different paths. And we're all different people. That's true. And I tell you what, hormones can be even worse, I think, for autistic girls than boys. And I will put money down on that. I think autistic women's bodies, when it comes to hormones, I think something with the neurological chemical, something makes those women have very, very, very difficult time. And also they can have very difficult time once they get older and start to change again. That's my opinion. There's no difference in there are no differences in how they all present as oh yeah. Yeah, exactly. You're just like, wait, are you 1 or 2? Are you oh, you're 3. Why didn't you tell me? Where's 4? You are 4. I thought you said you were 1. Yeah, I know how it is. Just little clones running around. Stop! I'm supposed to be reading this. When we were kids, he was really passionate about Sesame Street. I was really passionate about Thomas the Tank, Sam says. But later I started moving to other passions, and he just kept being passionate about Sesame Street, which is totally valid. I love you, dude. Sam. Yeah. Oh, really? Okay, okay. Okay, I thought you were talking about your kids and being a smart aleck. Oh yeah. Okay. So I was right. There is chemical things that are different, probably. Just between. There's also. Okay, autistic men have like five types of bacteria that autistic men do not have. Okay, how we have these same five bacteria in our stomach, like where do they come from? And I know it's not contagious. It's just we get them, or they grow in us, and they don't grow and take hold in holistic people. That being said, there's like three or four more that um, cis women have that autistic men do not have. So we know that the cis female autistic stomach is different than the cis male autistic stomach, and both are different from the cis male and female holistic stomachs. Wow, that's interesting. It that is interesting. So there's a much more profound difference. What about holistic brains? Are they more similar in males and females with holistic brains? More similar to each other, at least. And where would I find that? Because I would love to talk about that. That's the kind of things that I want to talk about here, and I could study up on it a little bit. Um, anyway, uh, that's awesome. That's awesome. First time chat. Yeah, yeah. Okay, we chatted. I'm hoping that I don't know how to know if I have a viewer or not on my Twitch studio. I don't. I'm gonna bring it down here and look at it. Okay, you get to see what a Twitch studio looks like. I know this is really annoying. I'm sorry. Here, I can put a different scene on there. AFABAM. What's AFAB and AMAB? Oh yeah. Uh huh. Oh yeah. We can have so much. It's possible for a completely genetic male. It's not common, but it is. Okay, I have zero viewers right now. This is my viewers right here. I wonder if I can make that bigger. But it's definitely possible. And I used to mess with Christians with this because it's literally possible for a genetically male person to have so much estrogen and other things, other factors that they not only have large breasts, not only have vaginas, but they have actual uteruses, get pregnant and have children. Now, usually they don't have the children vaginally. It's very rare. Hi, Tyler. It's good to see you. Okay, so I'm streaming on Twitch right now. I'm looking. I've got zero viewers right here. But I used to mess with people with Christians about that because I would say, okay, so what if I found out that my wife was genetically male? If I divorce her, I would be committing the sin of divorce. But if she's genetically male, I would be committing the sin of homosexuality by staying married to her. And the reason I would come up with that problem was to illustrate the fluidness between literally between sex, not to mention just gender, you know? So yes, I am Tyler. I am streaming on four right now. I am streaming on YouTube, TikTok, Twitch, and over here. What is this? Instagram. So yeah, I'm looking to get a comment on Instagram. I haven't gotten. Yeah, and it's all the Autistic Page. You'll find it one way or another. I never have been on Twitch or Instagram. I know that sounds kind of weird being going on Twitch. Um, but I figured that I might give her a try. I'm going to try to bring this down so I can see it a little bit better. Whee! Okay. Trying to figure out how to on this Instagram thing. I can't tell how many people are watching or anything, if anybody. I guess I'd have to go to Instagram and pull that up like I do with YouTube. Is that how that works? Pull up Instagram. Okay, I'm on Instagram, but how would I find my own page that I'm live on? I don't see anything as far as me being live. Although I know I am live. Wait. Oh, I gotta follow. Thank you, Death Cali. Death to Cali. That's awesome. Thank you. Okay, that's cool. So I guess they are somebody's following me. Okay, anyway. And it looks on Instagram, it looks so weird. It's the camera's like right up in my face here. I've got five cameras and I'm repurposing them. Assign female at birth. How did I forget that? I assign male at birth. I couldn't. I forgot about that. I just think it. I call it cis. It's well, not. Yeah, I guess it's technically the same. Anyway, okay, the family was living in Maryland at the time, so Sam and John were evaluated at Kennedy Krieger Institute, which is known for treating children with developmental disabilities. I actually go to an adult clinic now that is a medical clinic for it's called Developmental Disabilities Health Clinic or something like that. Developmental Health Ability. Yeah, anyway, and then they have their own psychiatrist for developmentally disabled people. So I think that's cooler than heck because at least they'll know something about comorbidities and be used to seeing people that even I would rather be seen by somebody that sees Downs people or something um, than seeing neurotypical people, even if all they saw was Downs people or whatever, you know. Or people with severe intellectual disability. I wouldn't care. As long as they know are my I mean cuz all those people are my people, you know. They're all my people. Um yeah, I'm trying to figure out how I see that I'm live on. Okay, I have 20 followers and 9 I'm just going to watch my follower count on what is this? I'm on Instagram? Yeah, Instagram, which is kind of cool. I've got 20 followers and I just signed up for Instagram, so that was yesterday, so I'm excited. Woo! And then I don't have any followers, I don't think on no, I've got one follower at least on uh oh, this is cool. Heck. Okay, Tyler, do you know anything about computer stuff? My CPU is at 3.3. My my computer said my CPU is at 22. running 4 things. I've had 0 frame drops and 1 slow frame. And this is on Twitch. Is that okay? Is that good? Bad? Do I need to, like, go bury my head in the sand in shame? Or does anybody know? Everything looks good. Everything looks like a normal stream. I'm almost, and I did it's at 60 megabytes per second download, and then I can upload at 44. So I think it's got a general there, or God forbid I say it's the R word there, so that you have to pay more money so that you get the higher rate. So, well, that's cool. I'm excited. All right. Okay, we can cover that up. And I've got to actually just sit here and actually finish this thing. The earliest twin studies really helped to debunk this theory that autism was caused by parenting. Well, no shit. Oops. Under the theory, moms took the brunt of the blame, mostly for being called distant, detached from their child. That's the refrigerator mothers. And that was because they didn't know what they were looking at. They called them refrigerator mothers because when the kid would scream, the mothers wouldn't go run, jump, and be touching them and all over them. They would leave them alone a lot of times, um, or I imagine they would actually squeeze them really hard. So they just figured that they were very, very cold hearted because they weren't paying attention. What it was is they understood that if they touched their kids, that might cause more sensitivity issues and so forth. And so it was the ones that were more attentive, that knew their kids better, that they were calling cold hearted. Like my son, I didn't touch that kid. I did not touch that. Now, my daughter, I could touch, and she would either hug me or she would do this, and I would know. But my son, oh, hell no. The only way, although the weird thing with him was, when I swallowed him, when I swaddled him in his little baby blankets, I would put my knees down on the bed and get that thing as tight as possible. And I mean, if you do it right, you can't hurt the kid if you're folding it properly. But you can get it very tight. You're not going to smother him though. And you check it anyway. Of course you check your kids. But nonetheless, I would get it as tight as possible. And man, he loved that and would go right to sleep. But if I didn't, then he would flop around and he wouldn't sleep or whatever else. But you didn't touch that kid at all. And he was autistic. The study, and thanks for being here, Tyler. You make me happy. You make me happy in my heart. The study confirmed earlier research showing that if one twin had autism, there was a 90% chance the other would too. I did not know that. However, the level or severity in which the twins were manifesting the diagnosis is incredibly different. Well, the thing is once again, you can't just say twins. Because, okay, let's talk about boys and girls, and my mommies and daddies are very happy. Okay, we have an egg here, and we have a little spermie, right? Now, the egg, it could join the egg and sperm, and now we have one egg that breaks in half. But it could do that. It could split in half this way, so you have mirror twins. It could split in half, actually in half, or split in half again, but it could still do it differently. Or you could have 2 mommy eggs and a little spermie swimming around. This is much more rare, but it could split in half, I believe. I think the sperm can do it too, but it's very rare. And fertilize 2 eggs. Or you could have 2 mommy eggs with two different sperms that have two entirely different kids. Or you could have one mommy's egg that splits in half with two different sperms. Or it could be one mommy sperm that split in half with two different fathers. So you can have so many different types. You could have two entirely male and female that two eggs, two different sperms. You could have two different fathers. So you just can't say twins and have a twin study. You have to have the same exact kind of twin to do these kinds of studies. So, and they have not qualified anything about how they did the study or anything else. So I'm sorry, it's not a good study. Unless you're comparing the same types of twins. And then you can look at the different types of twins and how they interact differently. Then you can extrapolate how autism or CP or whatever else coming to some conclusions or at least some hypotheses in which to operate on for further studies. But yeah, then you could get some really good ideas of what the directions to look or the ideas of what was going on. I hope I'm making sense here. Oh, yeah, self-soothing is the way to do it. That's the only thing to do. Okay, the findings suggest that the autism symptoms can be greatly influenced by the events that happen after conception. No, it doesn't. Because you don't know what kind of twins you're dealing with. So you have no idea. You can't extrapolate anything. But I just talked, and I'm sure there's more than what I just talked about. But how many types of twins did I discuss? What, 8 different types of twins? And you can see how significantly different those are. Being a quote identical twin that splits in half compared to twins with completely different eggs and completely different fathers. You tell me those are exactly the same. That they're quote twins. Or you could even take it further. You could have one mother with two different eggs from two different other mothers implanted in them with two different sperms from two different fathers. You could have 5 parents. And then you could have different people having custody of those kids. So you could have 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, up like 9 parents, and that's happened before. Anyway, so let's just take a look at what they're saying and what they're trying to get us to believe here. What they're trying to get across. Another possibility, Morris says, is that the severity of symptoms is affected by different experiences during pregnancy and in the first months of life. And that probably is true. I'm not going to argue that. Well, I'm arguing about how they came about that conclusion. I'm not calling that science until I know what kind of twins they were using and how those twins were compared and I want the hard data. I don't want their extrapolations here. Anyway, there is something in I'm so terrible, aren't I? I'm so ableist against those darn scientists. They don't know nothing. There's something in a very there is something in very, very early development that might be unique to one of the twins and not the other. That's another thing, too. You could have multiple placentas. That's very rare, but you could have 2 eggs and 2 different placentas. But it does happen. So maybe the one placenta was exposed to something that the other placenta wasn't, like from eating or something. She got pregnant. One placenta developed a week or two later. Another placenta developed. But like I said, that's really rare, but it can happen. There, there's something in very, very early development that might be unique to one of the twins and not the other. That could be something as simple as an infection. The thing is that that's going to be even more rare because usually most twins are in the same placenta. It's very rare to have different placentas. And if they're in the same placenta, they're getting nutrition from the same place. So it's not possible that one could get, it's the same blood flow. They're sharing the same food, the same blood, the same oxygen. It's coming from the same place. The same source, I'm saying. It's not like there's two placentas where one could have been affected, say, previously before the other one was implanted in the mom. So therefore the other placenta doesn't have mercury in it or whatever. And what do you mean by clever content? Oh. Okay, so both John and Sam were born with anatomical anomalies that required surgery. Sam had a hernia that needed repair, but the surgery that could wait until he was 5. John had a hole in his heart that was affecting his growth and had to be fixed when he was still an infant. Interestingly, my stepdaughter had we believe that she's probably autistic, and she's working right now as I speak. She's a successful woman. Um, she also had a heart issue. I just think that's interesting. It's not uncommon, not to be unexpected, I guess. It's not necessarily common, but it's not to be unexpected. So, all right. Well, let me see something. I want to. Ah, yes. Thank you, Autism Speaks. Thank you so much. All right. So Sam's surgery went smoothly, but John developed an infection in the incision surgeons made on his chest. The infection was from drug-resistant staph. Okay, I don't care what that doesn't have anything to do. No! Oh no! 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 Okay, BH4. Okay, I know. Um, Amanda? No, what's her name? What is her name? Are you talking about Kimberly? The gal who talks about the BH4 pathways and stuff? Is that what you're talking about? The MFTRs? She's autistic, young, um, dark hair, a Caucasian, and she talks about the MFTR, the mother gene, and the BH4 pathways, linking it to ways to treat autism. Yeah, the motherfucker genes. um, I'm going to stop real quick right where I'm at, and I'm going to talk about Kimberly. I have never talked about her publicly. Um, Frankly, she is very knowledgeable and very confident about what she's talking about. I do not understand what she's talking about, and I have yet to see any professors or anyone say, this is the paper and this is the paper that says why she is wrong. I have seen one or two content creators say that the MFTR genes doesn't have anything to do with, I don't know if it was Ehlers-Danlos or another condition. It might have been a sleeping issue or something else. I don't know. And they were a therapist. So, what I think is this, right or wrong, I think we should be behind her 1,000%, because whatever it is, she is absolutely smart enough that there's a big debate going on. And she does not have any snake oil to sell. Which, by the way, my stepdaughter has a bunch of those bearded dragons or whatever from Australia, and they go to the snake shop all the time. And I can't wait to go in there and do a TikTok and tell them, ask them if I can do a TikTok and get their spontaneous reaction, because I just want to inform them that I am autistic, and I just want to know if they had any snake oil. you know, Probably, right? But she doesn't have any snake oil. She did write a book, and I guess it's not really the best of books, but some people really like it. I guess it's not the most scientific, and people are uh, really looking for it to be purely scientific, and it was more about her journey as to where she got to today. But the thing is this: I'm glad Kimberly is out there, and I will support her. If I had money, I would support her right now. The reason is this: if she pisses off scientists and they can prove her wrong, fine. Great. We learned something. But what if they don't? Or what if they figure out, somebody comes along and says, wait, she wasn't right about that, but she was completely 1,000% correct about this, and we never thought about that. And maybe we could go down that journey, and maybe it might help the tinnitus that's in my ears right now. Yeah, yeah, yeah. We don't exactly. We don't have to take her as gospel, but I definitely, I I would love to see people take people who know what the hell they're talking about, unlike me. I would like to see them debunk her or qualify her one way or another, and I would like to thank her either way for what she's doing. Now, if they properly debunk her, and there's more than one, not just one, but we get some peer reviewed debunkings and multiple sources or whatever, and then it is convincing, it is scientifically fact that she is wrong wherever, then all I would ask is that she owns up to that, and she tells us what we've learned or what she's learned, so we can all learn more. And I don't know if she's that type of person or not. I hope she is, but I like her, and I am, like I said, I am a 1,000% behind her. I'm not saying she is right or wrong. I am saying until I know she's right or wrong, as long as she's not giving medical advice on this. Right, and it is true. This is very true what she says. Absolutely 1,000%. When you're introducing a new science, something that is crazy upside down, my third uncles, my great 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 uncles are the Wright brothers. Okay, my family has a lot of inventors. Probably no surprise. Now I think about it, I'm wondering if a lot of inventors, a lot in the world, aren't autistics, and I wonder if there aren't a lot of autistic inventor families. Just saying. And I'm not saying that that's good or bad. I'm saying it's a brain type. There's a lot of actor families. There's a lot of athletic families. There's, engineer families. They're not good, bad. It's just how it is. Orla, thank you so much. Nothing but love. Nothing but love. Love. Thank you so much. I want to see you on the floor. I love that. All right, I'm going to get back to this. Okay, so I was like, well, I don't care about all these surgeries. Okay, there's no way to know whether that experience changed the course of John's autism. Okay. At least it didn't say, I thought she was going to say, at least we don't know if it gave him autism or whatever. She said change the course of his autism. Um, I got POTS, and I would say it has changed the course of my autism because now I'm physically disabled too. And I also have Ehlers-Danlos, and so I'm much more physically disabled. Um, but it is what it is. Kaylee. Hey, Kaylee, are you? Did you know that I'm on YouTube also as the Autistic Page? I'm broadcasting now, Kaylee. I know you come here before, but I'm really excited. I am right now. I am broadcasting for the first time to Twitch and to Instagram. And I've never been on Instagram before, and I let's see. I still don't know if I have anybody. Let me see if I have somebody. I had some people. Actually, I had a person. And on YouTube, I'm going to do. YouTube's my real channel. I came from YouTube. I've been on YouTube for, 6 or 8 years. I don't have most of my videos up. They were for, they were on, atheist issues. Okay, I don't see any messages on Instagram right now. Here's my Instagram. I'll let you guys see my Instagram. Bum, bum, bum. I got Paige Lil and Aspie World. That's it. I had an Instagram that I started. I think that was the only creators I knew at the time when I started this. This is how old this Instagram is. And I've never used it, but I'm gonna start using it now. Start going using that. Crazy, crazy. All right. Well, thank you for adding me to YouTube. I'm also on Instagram, and I will be on like I said, Twitch. The only reason I'm doing Twitch, I've got one follower I think on Twitch right now. Um, is in case uh, TikTok goes into the dirt for some reason. Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you, Kay. Um, on that channel, I want you to look at there is a video called it's about Congress. It's about Chris Smith and Mike Doyle. It's called the caucus scandal or something like that. Anyway, I show that the autism caucus in the United States is a scam. It doesn't exist. I'm going to be getting into that today probably. I'm going to go over my own video and I'll talk about that. And I have been going after Autism Speaks, but I'm going to open up that can of worms, and I'm going to do that right here on all four of these outlets. But I'm going to be doing lives. This is my experiment to see if I can do this. Now, I think when it gets to be about 4 or 6 o'clock, I think I might start losing my connectivity because the traffic's going to get heavier, and it just tends to happen that way. Because even though I'm on fiber optic, it's got a general on there that's keeping it down to 60 megabytes per minute, and I'd rather, if I could go up to 250 or something, because I'm running 4 streams at once. My computer's only at 25% right now, so it's handling it real well. And I don't even know what my GPU is. Let me see what my GPU is doing. Probably not much. What is my GPU doing? Woo! Woo! Okay. Oh boy, I might need to steal my son's GPU. My GPU's almost at 47%. My 3070 Ti is 50%, and my 1060 is at 20%. See that right there? That's not too bad. She's not stressing at all. She's not stressing at all. So I can probably run 5 pretty easy if I wanted to. All right. I think there's an interesting. I think it. I think there's an interesting that. I think there's an interesting that. I think it's interesting. I think it's an interesting thing that my twin isn't quite as capable of communicating in the way they need to, so I'll help them with that, she says. Okay, so yeah, there was a word missing. I had to add it in. That fits the description of Sam and John. There's an episode. Oh no. Oh no. Why is Abby coming up? There's an episode with Abby, Rosita, and Zoe where they dance around with the seasons changing. Sam says, I think that's the one he's referring to. His brother's keeper. Sam has always looked out for his older brother, Leard says. That's the mom. When the boys spent a year at the same school, she says, Sam did fine, but John struggled and had some noisy meltdowns. When they put me in the special kid classes, I did really, yes, I'm in Colorado, southern Colorado, Pueblo West. Pueblo West, Colorado. It's about an hour and a half south of Denver, Aurora. So I'm about an hour and a half away from Denver, DIA. I really appreciate that. Okay. Hello, Martin. I am actually running 4 today. I am running for the first time. I'm running Twitch, and I'm running Instagram, and I'm starting my show today. It's going to be at 3 o'clock. Is it 3 o'clock Mountain Standard now? Yeah. 3 to 5, 3 to 5 Mountain Standard Time. I was trying to think because my friend has a show that starts at 7. She goes 7 to 9 Eastern Time, so that would be 7 6 5, so I would need to start at 3 so I could end my show at 5 and go jump on her stream. She's doing some advocating with me. I inspired her, and now she's really inspiring me. So now I'm just really excited about that. But I will be running a stream. This is my test stream, 5 days a week from 3 to 5 Mountain Standard Time. Okay, Southwest Utah. Yeah, I talk a little bit with the Southern accent sometimes like a Mexican because here where I live is 60% Hispanic. 60% of us are Hispanic, so it's easy for me to talk like that because that's how my friends talk. But I grew up around white people, so that's why I talk more white. But I'm not lying when I talk Hispanic, particularly if I go down to the mesa and get myself some chilies. Oh man, whoo! Get myself some Pueblo chilies. All right, back to business. Yeah, I'm pretty. You know what? I'm gonna put my GPU back up. Boop. That's pretty impressive. I tried to put my son's GPU in my computer. His was a 3070 Ti. Mine's a 3060 Ti. But my backup is running two screens, and it's at 1060. It's at 10%. My 3060 Ti is running three screens, one at 244 hertz, one at 144 hertz, and one at 60. And it's only at 50%. So it's not doing too bad either, really, if you think about it. I built a pretty decent computer, and I can always hook up my sons if I need to. All right, so Sam would hear from his classroom. Okay, when the boys spent a year in the same school, she says, Sam did fine, but John struggled and had some noisy meltdowns. Sam would hear him from his classroom, and he would just sit and flee. Of course he's going to run. I might Twitch. I might check out the Twitch and Instagram in a bit, as I am currently working on an art project. I never have done Twitch, and I know I've only seen kids playing videos and stuff on it. And why am I not? Interesting. For some reason, I'm not showing my screen. That's interesting. Interesting. I have no idea what's going on with that one. I'll have to figure out why my Twitch isn't showing the screen right now. It's showing me, though, so I'll just let it go. It's showing my two screens there. I've got 4 cameras going right now on 5 different streams. So now that Sam is off to college, he worries about his brother, whose limited speech and flapping arms can make him target of insults and ridicule. He's talking about flapping. That's why I say screw them, flap harder. That's what I need to put on my screens there. Like my generic screen here, screw them, flap harder. See, I have some generic screens here. Screw them, flap harder. I know I have a generic screen here. Yeah, just say screw them, flap harder there somewhere. Alright. It's my mantra. Should put it up there. Oh my goodness. Alright, so let me take this. I'm trying to figure out how to. I never have done all this stuff all at the same time before. Alright. One of the ways you avoid is trying to present as more neurotypical. He's talking about masking. Sam says, I can do that, my brother can't. So his brother can't mask. And a lot of times people with the intellectual disabilities have a lot harder time masking. And they are the ones that become victimized very quickly. And they also sometimes are the first people that people come run to protect. Don't you guys love this black screen here? I don't know who it was that introduced to me, but I'm going to talk about this dark reader here. This dark reader is an extension. Oh, look what I just did to you. Oh, that's what that screen looks like normally. And it's called Dark Reader. It's a Google extension. It's absolutely free, and I have had 0 problems with it. But I have had to have glasses. I think, Kay, you've seen me with glasses probably, right? Martin, I don't know if you have or not. But I was thinking you might have been the one that told me about the Dark Reader. Was it you, Martin? Or was like, I think maybe Lucifer. Anyway, so I think we're going to start getting into the more ableist thing where we're going to infantilize the higher support needs twin, and this is going to be the mother. Oh, what are you saying yes to? No. Okay, no, I was usually silently and watching, but it looks useful. What looks useful? I see a yes here, and now I'm like, okay, yes about what, Kay? Oh, yeah, yeah. Okay, yeah, that dark mode. Yeah. Yeah, it's easy. It's called Dark Reader. Dark Reader. Can you see that? Let me get my. I can't get my mug out of the way. Let's see. Where's my camera at? I don't see my camera. Oh, here it is. Okay, Dark Reader. Um, Dark Reader's right there. That's that. And then you can. It's got a bunch of things that you can adjust there, and they're really great. Um, I really do like them. And I'm. I don't. Let's see. Do I have anybody on Twitch right now? All right. Whoops. All right. I had this cool screen on Twitch where I could. I'm gonna have to pull it down. Where I could see how many people I had on here and everything. It was really cool. And then somehow, nope. Channel page. Channel page. Channel. Nope. Ah! I'm gonna have to see if I'm still on Twitch. That's what I have to do is make these mistakes while I'm here. Okay. Yeah, I'm still live. I don't know how to get to the regular screen. Ah! I'm gonna put this over to the side. So everybody's gonna get to see my super secret ninja Twitch while I'm oh, and you can do that on Google and YouTube too. There we go. There's that. But where's my? It had a thing that where it told me. Okay, yeah. Okay, I know I'm live. I want. Okay, I'm gonna see if I can change my screen. Nope, it's not letting me do it for whatever reason. Interesting. And now I can't get out of here. Maybe I can do it this way. I don't know how to get out of this thing. How to minimize this screen. I'm sitting here hitting F buttons and stuff. No, I don't want updates. I just want regular screen, people. This is getting annoying. I wish I knew how to get rid of this thing. I don't want to join your Discord either. Channel page? Channel page? Channel page? Channel page? Okay, so this shows me where I'm live. Okay, so this shows me where I'm live. Okay, so this shows me... Okay. I can't believe I'm going to have to do this. Let's see, what is this? Twitch? Bye-bye, Twitch. Okay, there I am. Okay. See, now it's showing that screen. How funny. I'm surprised it let me jump back on. But it sure did. Oh, that's good. That's good. All right. At least I think it. I better check, double check and make sure I am on. I got chat. I think I'm on. Maybe not. I'm going to try it. Oh my goodness. Okay, so I'm on Instagram, right? Now what? How do I get around this thing? That's this. How do I see what I'm doing? Post? I don't want to share photos. Create, maybe? This is so weird. Because this says I'm on. In stream. I'm going to start a stream. It says I'm live. Your Twitch. That's okay. I think I'm live. I just don't know how to find somebody on their website. I don't know how to search it. Isn't that sad? I am that inept. Oh, here, maybe that search thing. Okay, I show up as the autistic page, and it doesn't show. It says no post yet, and it doesn't show me as being live. So maybe I'm not live. How does that work? How does that work? Am I live now on there or not? I'll figure that out later, I guess. All right. So I am going to try to go back to. If we can remember where we were. Oops, that's Instagram. Yeah, the twin brothers here. All right. I'm just saying, this is like, I don't know. We'll see how this goes. Hopefully, it doesn't get worse. Okay, so we got the sad story here. They're really, I mean, this is going on and not really saying anything. So for now, Sam plans keeping his own words to help when his brother can't. And that's it. Oh my goodness gracious. That entire story for that? One brother is more disabled than the other. Yes, we know that. Oh, this one looks interesting. Oh, shit. Okay, are we ready for this one? Okay, I was playing the last time my son committed suicide in October, and it was in September. We were playing this game, and I can't remember. We were moving around the map. We're in different cities, literally in different cities, playing online together. And I was like, okay, so I'm gonna do this right here, and you be the navigator. And then I started laughing my ass off. And he's like, what? I was like, do you know how bad the autistic navigator sounds? I was like, you may be the best one on the planet, but just the sound of that, right? And you gotta understand now, like my wife, she's ADHD. She is, as far as navigation and stuff, she's amazing. Like that's like she's weird on that. But yeah, the autistic navigator that just cracked me up. Sometimes you just gotta laugh at how stuff sounds. You know what I'm saying? All right. So we got this autistic doctor. Hi, I'm your autistic doctor. He's probably the smartest doctor at what he does too. He's probably one of the smartest. Um, because of his special interests. I'm sure it is. He probably never stops studying. He probably studies every day, so to speak. Anyway, I'm an autistic doctor. Here's how to improve care for autistic patients. Okay, so he can say this. He's a doctor and he's an autistic. Hell yeah. And I probably need to keep my mouth shut on this one. In 1983, I signed up for a paper route at the age of 13. Every morning, I rose early, got off my bike, picked up paper. I don't care about your papers. You delivered papers. Okay. When I was diagnosed with autism, that's not good. In my 50s, I joined a lost generation of autistic adults who missed out on an autism diagnosis, and that's me too. Um, The prevalence of autism in children is 2.78%. That's what he's saying. I don't know how accurate that is, but it may be that or even higher. I still use the 1% because we know it's 1%, but that's it is what it is. Um, The prevalence of autism in children is 2.78%, but neurodivergent traits in general population, including autism, OCD, ADHD, dyslexia, uh, schizophrenia, Tourette's, can be found in as many as 10 to 15. I am not alone. There are many other undiagnosed autistic and neurodivergent adults. That's very true. In fact, autistic adults are about 30 times more or less likely than children to be diagnosed. And that's very true. The older we get, the less likely we are to be diagnosed. And that is always going to be true. Always. It's never going to change. The longer it takes for an adult, the longer we live, the less likely we are to get diagnosed. And the reason is because we've gotten better at masking and so forth. So, um, as a physician, understanding autism and neurodivergence has helped me to see how sensory and communication differences affect different patient care. I recently cared for an elderly patient in the hospital with profound anxiety. Thank goodness he didn't say profound autism. He complained about how loud the hospital was and that he could hear conversation way up and down the halls all day and all night. That's interesting. That sounds very, yeah. We talked about sound hypersensitivity. I offered him a set of earmuffs. He smiled and thanked me. The next morning, I walked in the room. He was dozing with the earmuffs in place. Yeah, and I wonder how the light affects them. I would ask the nurses and the CNAs when they come in the morning, because usually you draw the curtains or whatever to let light in, and I wonder what the effects are of that guy. Health. I mean, it's going to affect everyone, but does it really affect them? Health. Healthcare providers need to watch for neurodivergent traits in their patients, yes, and that's what he was looking at. And it doesn't mean that person was neurodivergent or they were autistic, but it was something to look out for, and he recognized that. And he interviewed that person just to kind of, see. So that's cool. Healthcare is busy, and we may not have access to comprehensive psychological evaluations to figure out which of our patients is autistic. We need to ask about sensory issues and be on the outlook for autistic traits. John, Jonah, Joanna, Jonah. I'm gonna say Jonah. Jonah Erickson developed a rapid screen, which is a short autism screening questionnaire composed of the of 5 questions of the RADS 14 screen. I never have taken. Well, maybe I have taken that test. I've taken a lot of tests, so maybe I have. This could be useful in busy healthcare settings like hospitals or emergency departments. GIFTS is an acronym to help you remember the questions. GIFTS, okay. Is it difficult for me to work and function in groups? Yes. Is it difficult for me to understand how other people are feeling when we are talking? Yes. Textures. Do some ordinary textures that do not bother others feel very offensive to me or feel really good? Like really good. I'm adding that part. Social. I don't know how to act in social situations. Okay. That's looking pretty artistic to me. That there's looking pretty artistic to me. If you got all that down, then you know what? You better talk to your doctor there, Doc. Each question is scored using the following answers. True. Now, how the young... What? True now, and when young 3 points. True now. True only now. Oh, okay. True now and only when young. True only now. True when young. True never true. Oh my God, that's confusing as shit. 4 more points out of 15 has a sensitivity of 93%. Okay, when I took my autism test, it was one of those that scored from 1 to 50. And it said if you score over 18, you better go to your doctor and get checked for that autism. And I scored like 45, 47, 41. I mean, it was crazy. I scored really high on those things. I was artistic as you could possibly get. Hey, you people on that StreamYard. You StreamYard people. I'm going to check out StreamYard. Wait, that would be, that, let's see, StreamYard. What am I streaming to? That's Instagram. So, where's my Instagram? Do I have anybody that's watching on Instagram right now? I can't tell. I need to figure out how to find my channel on Instagram. Let's see. I'm going to see if I can find it. I might have to jump off a line and off a line. Somebody done caught me. I might have. Okay, there I am. I just found me. Yeah, on Instagram it just says share post. Twitch, I'm on Twitch because you don't have post on Twitch. So yeah, I don't know if I'm. Wait, what's highlights? Okay, I've got a TikTok there from a long time ago, about a year or two ago. I've got 20 followers still, so I haven't gained anybody. They don't like me, evidently. On right now on Instagram, basically I can only talk. I can't do any screens or anything like that, which is a real bummer. But all right, so we're talking about this doctor's talking here about autism. I continue to bring the same joy of routine and determination to patient care as I brought to my paper route 40 years ago. And yes, I still love to ride my bike. Autistic traits can bring struggles, but they are also gifts. I see that play on words. Autism is a fascinating and complex condition, and autistic people, I always put capital autistic myself, by the way, have many rich stories to tell. There are simple things like hearing protection, light dimmers, yes, sunglasses. I have these right here are tinted glasses. See the difference in these? See the difference that makes? So yeah, I've got tinted glasses, and for my computer here, I've even got 2 sets of sunglasses. These are actually night glasses. These are actually polarized. Actually, those are kind of nice, and I can see everything. They're polarized glasses, but these are my sunglasses. So yeah, absolutely. All right. Well, that was kind of a boring story. Eight-year-old autistic child swims across Mandovi, gives help to others. Where is Paninji? Where's Paninji? Panjanai? P-A-N-A-J-I. Is it like Hawaii? Hawaiian Islands? Oh, it's from Manchestristeria. I have no idea where that is. It alternate standing for Bangkok tribe of Oregon. Idaho, Wyoming. Maybe it's an island or something. Anyway, this is the guy's name, I guess. Panugi. I'm gonna call him Pan Ninja. Anyway, Pananjai. In his 35-year as a coach, okay, I can't even say these guys' names, has taught the art of swimming. Sadly, I got to leave. Oh, to leave right now. It's pretty late here where I am. Where you at, Martin? I'm doing terrible on this stream. Um, because I can't get these guys' names. Thank you so much for being here. I'm gonna get better at these, and I'm gonna start running these later on, in about 2 hours, 2 or 3 hours. Anyway, Suman is a champion swimmer, but the coach's joy knew no bounds after his trainees swam across the Mandovi River on Sunday. It wasn't just any young swimmer. 8-year-old Desi is autistic, and until a couple of months ago, wasn't even swimming properly. Wasn't even swimming properly. Ooh, I don't like the tone. But on Sunday, cheered by his family, friends, well wishers, teachers from his wherever where he studies, the youngster swam across the river along with his twin brother. This was the first time I have handled a special child. It was very challenging. I had to study about children with autism to know how to handle them. Oh my goodness. Okay, that's a little. Okay, you don't handle people, first of all. And that's just how he's going to have an attitude towards people, like how to handle kids. That's not. I won't call that ableist. It's just his attitudes towards people, towards kids. Patience is key. You have to listen to them and understand them very well. And I'm glad he went and studied, or she. Um, and I couldn't have done it without the phenomenal help of his parents. Cool, cool. So what they're doing is they're becoming advocates, and they're speaking on behalf of their kids and helping this guy to help their kids. That's cool. That's what we need. That's what we want. That's what we love. I so appreciate that, you know. So yeah, that's really great. All right, so cool. The parents of Desi and Sudi control their joy. They have like Polynesian names or something. I cannot say them. The twin joy after the twins started from the whatever fort and crossed the whatever. While whoever was, oh my word, I can't say their names. I know many people have crossed this river, but for me, I consider this a big achievement. I will take this forward and see other swimming to be their career. And as far as so and so is concerned, I can see challenges. So I think this is a very big cultural important thing. See, here's these boys here. Yeah, this is probably a huge cultural thing to be able to swim like that. Yeah, that's cool. So this autistic kid's able to um has had somebody who was specially trained him to participate in his tribal or his cultural thing of swimming the river. Somebody took extra time with this autistic kid. That's cool. Yeah, okay. Okay, I still don't know where this is, but that's so awesome. Mumbai, Delhi. Oh, maybe they're Indian. I think they're Indian. Yeah, they're Indian, as in India. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. Yeah, Times of India. That might have been the hint right there. It was Times of India. I did not pick that up. Are you still here, Tyler? And I do want to always, as always, thank my folks. Please like and subscribe. Please do like this, particularly if your Autism Speaks. I really appreciate the likes. Those do help me. I really do want to join to grow this channel. I really am hoping that I can help a lot of people here with that. All right, empowering adults. Why is that not locked? Okay. This is this is from April 13th. This is today. Baltimore community. Oh, okay, now this is a Baltimore community organization is helping empower autistic adults through their lifetime. Okay, see this through their lifetime. I can tell you this is already Autism Speaks. It's usually throughout their lifetime. That's a catchphrase that Autism Speaks uses. Okay, empower adults. That's another catchphrase. This is right out of Autism Speaks. This is not plagiarized. It's taken from Autism Speaks, though, very directly. So this is going to be a very this is about the parents and so forth. But well, maybe not. This is about empowering autistic adults. So we'll see what the tone is. If we're the people helping these people and these autistic people are incapable, or is this that we actually are helping autistic people to do the things that they actually can do? Like sending a kid to college, or a kid to mechanic school, or whatever, empowering them to do what they can do. So let's see what this, if it's ableist or how it's framed. Whoa, what's going on here? Whoa. I don't know what the hell's going on here. Maybe I have to wait for this thing to go through.
For some people, that might be working 40 hours a week. For others,
okay, now we can start this darn thing.
Summer and the annual Hot Night for Autism event that benefits the nonprofit Itinerus. And joining us this morning with more on that event is Senior Operations Director Lauren Eaton. Good morning.
Good morning.
So first of all, tell people about Itinerus, and we're going to let you guys know.
Okay, so this is not Autism Speaks here. This is, I don't know who this is. This is I don't know what organization it is.
It is literally down the hill from our station.
Okay, so Itinerus is a nonprofit in Baltimore. We serve all adults on the autism spectrum, and it stands for the journey in Latin. So our mission is all about empowering autistic adults throughout their lifespan.
Okay, so far so good. That doesn't really sound ableist to me. It sounds good, actually. She could be speaking on behalf, and she doesn't have an authoritarian, I'm the boss. She doesn't have the, this issue.
And you will respect my authority!
Right? There's no respect my authority.
And you will respect my authority!
None of that stuff going on.
And
so
you
that's
started
cool.
off with a meaningful day. Describe that to people.
Yes, so when Itinerus first started, it was primarily a meaningful day program, which basically means trying to help people have the best day ever. For some people, that might be working 40 hours a week. For other people, it could be going to school. For others, it could just be having a place in the community where they can make friends and learn new skills. So that was our original program.
And then you branched out quite a bit.
Yes. Now we have a community services program, so we provide residential services and personal supports. We have a behavior support services program, so for people who need additional, our mission is all about empowering autistic adults throughout their lifespan.
And you started off with a meaningful day. Describe that to people.
Yes, so when Itinerus first started, It was primarily a meaningful day program, which basically means trying to help people have the best day ever. For some people, that might be working 40 hours a week. For other people, it could be going to school. For others, it could just be having a place in the community where
That sounds really good so far. I cannot criticize this at all. Each one's their unique abilities and interests.
they can make friends and learn new skills. So that was our original program.
And then you branched out quite a bit.
Yes. Now we have a community services program. So we provide residential services and personal supports. We have a behavior support services program. So for people who need additional mental and behavioral health care. We have a workforce program helping our clients find jobs and maintain jobs.
I'm pretty excited
And then
about
we also
this.
have
This
a
is
made
cool.
by
I cannot complain about this at all.
itinerant creative arts program.
And so to fund all of this, the operating budget for you is pretty large. And so you depend on this fundraiser that's coming up. Tell us about the fundraiser.
Yes, so our Hot Night for Autism is our annual fundraiser. It's June 22nd this year, and our goal is to raise over $300,000.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow. And you have all kinds of events planned for that night for people to take part in.
Yes, so we have a silent auction, we have a live auction, we have live music. This year we have Baltimore's John Gilmore Project Band who's playing with us. And it's just a great event with good food and good people.
Now,
A
if
very
people
fun
want
time.
tickets, it sounds fun. If they want tickets, how do they get them?
Yes, so if you're an organization, the best way is to sponsor us. With a sponsorship, you get tickets for the auction,
Sure.
which is really exciting. At an individual level, you can purchase tickets just for your family or for your group of people who you want to attend.
And if you can't attend but you still want to support, do you have a donation section on your website?
Yes, absolutely, we do. And we also are always looking for individual donations. So
Sure.
if like sponsoring or attending is not something that you can do or are interested in doing, we're always looking for activity scholarships. So supporting our clients to participate in activities that come with a cost. We're always looking for art supply donations. Right now we're looking for video game donations.
Wow.
And board games.
Okay, awesome. Lauren, thanks so much for coming in. I really appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
All right, I am going to take a swift break, and I will be back. And check this out, what I got going here for you. All right. I am finally back. How to take a detour. Okay, I don't want to be in the studio anymore, though. I don't care about my scenes. No. It's so weird. I'm in this Twitch studio and I don't want to be here. There I go. Finally. Okay. Hey, Pink. And Pink disappeared. I don't blame you. She skipped my channel. Oh, there she is. I keep on bugging you. I'm probably freaking you out because I'm trying to get you to go on my email or whatever. I want to be able to communicate with you better. We can figure out a way, but I want to be able to find a way that you feel safe or whatever, that we can communicate a little bit better. I've got a well, that's what I was gonna do. I was gonna just give you my number, but that's what that was about. But there's Instagram and all kinds of other stuff too. I'm actually on. Oh, I'll show you my screens. Let me show you my new stuff here. Where am I? Here it is. I got some new stuff now. I'm all excited. I can take a break. And then I got a little starting screen stuff. So I got all kinds of different things that I'm doing. And right now I am literally streaming on, I have got 0 views on Twitch after about 2 hours. This is a test run pretty much. And I don't know if I have any views on Instagram or not. Don't really care. I do have 20 followers. Oh yeah, this is, okay. This right here, this is my theme song. It is for gamers. And the thing is with TikTok getting weird, I understand more and more people are going to Twitch. And if you look at Twitch, it is set up nice if you want to do commentary and things like what I want to do, like live streams. It really is set up nice. If you want to have a bunch of people, you can do it. You want to look at different pages and stuff like I do, you can do that too. We're right. Well, anyway, so this song was my like introduction song. It's like I use that for years and years and years for my Compelled Unbeliever channel. And the musician who did that, he also did. I almost used this music instead, which is almost even cooler. This is more jazzy. Right? But then, yeah, I got a bunch of my contact information. I might have a Patreon there. I don't know if you can see it or not. But I do actually have a Patreon now. I always do it. I do too. But you also got to understand, this is when I had an atheist channel, and I was trying to help people get out of religion. So this was the trying to help people understand where they were, trying to help them come out of their religion. I got a preacher one time. I helped him escape from his church. He retired, thank goodness, so he never got caught. No, I'm serious. One day I saw him, and I just looked at him, and I was like, I kind of pulled him off to the side, and I says, look, I know being a preacher can be the loneliest job that there is out there, and sometimes preachers need to say things and talk to people and say things that they maybe wouldn't want to get around the church. And so if you just need someone to talk to about things and you don't need to, anybody to hear about it. And I just walked off. I didn't say anything. And then he called me up about a week or so. He's like, hey, you want to have some coffee? And then I met with him for about 6 months. We'd have coffee like once a week. And I did introduce him to the Clergy Project. And those guys are super secretive. But I gave them an introduction letter at which, because I was known in the community, me giving the guy an introduction letter basically kind of vetted him. So, but they did a lot of vetting. So it wasn't just me, but they vetted him before they brought him in. All right, so this is interesting. This is a story I have not looked at yet. And I don't know what they did, because once I sent him to that organization, they're super secretive. They help preachers get out, and they are former preachers, and some of them are still preachers, and they're part of that organization. So they are super, super secretive. That's why I just referred it to him and sent them a email that they didn't even return me an email or nothing, but I didn't expect them to. Right. But because they could see who I was out on the internet and talk to other people, and they knew people that I knew, then, like I said, they pretty much knew that he was legit just because I sent him. So that helped to vet him before he even got there. Because a lot of people just randomly send them an email, and then they have to try to figure out how to vet them. Anyway, I'm doing random stories now. I'm not focusing on Autism Speaks, but I will speak about Autism Speaks. Now, I put autism in here, and this story came up. Washington deputies searching for a missing autistic teen. Oh, no. There's a preacher I know. One day I looked at him, we were sitting at lunch with him, and I looked at him and I said, if your God was not real, would you want to know? He would not say that he would want to know if his God was not real. He could not say it. And I looked at him, I was like, dude, don't you say a damn thing to me. If you do not care if your God is real or not, don't you dare tell me about your God and what you think is moral or whatever else. Come on. Well, a true preacher would still say, yeah, of course I would want to know if my God wasn't real. I would want to know what's real. I would want to know the truth. And they would say, you're right. Many preachers would say, I know my God is real, but you could at least get them to acquiesce to say that if if their God wasn't real, would they want to know? Of course they would. But of course they're going to say, yeah, my God's real. But well, yeah, everything disappears when our when our brain disappears, everything disappears. Okay, we got a couple of problems here already. we've got a couple of problems. We got a couple of big problems here. Okay, this says missing Washington County teen located. Ooh boy, I hope she did get, because she looks like she, yeah, and she was autistic. No, it's a county, Washington County. What state is this? Georgia. Washington County, Georgia. So this is a problem here, though. So this girl is 16. She's probably got boobs. I'm just going to say it. She's probably shaped like a woman because she's 16. She's black. She's a girl. And she's autistic. There are white people that feel that they can victimize black people because they are black. There are adults that feel like that they can victimize children because they are children. There are men that feel like they can victimize women because they are women. There are ableists who feel like they can victimize autistics because they're autistic. When you are all of these things, all you face in life is people trying to victimize you. And I'm not trying to speak for you, honey. I'm just saying, as an autistic person, I know how much I've been victimized just for that. But I've heard black people tell me, and women tell me, I've seen it. Seen how men treat women. So I'm saying I empathize with you is what I'm saying. Let's look at this story. I'm glad they found her. I hope she didn't get hurt. She's described as a, wait, now it's sounding like it's like they're still looking for her. Okay. It says the Washington County Sheriff's Office is looking for a 16-year-old. She is described as black female, 5'6", weighing 150 pounds. Great. See, she's small. She's dainty because she's only 150 pounds. Was last seen for information, and why does this say found? Well, being that dainty, that thin, 150 pounds, I don't care how strong you are. You know? Unless you have a weapon or you know self-defense. Right. Right. But still, 150 pounds is nothing. Shit. When I was a garbage man, I would have picked up two of you. One on each arm when you not even thought about it. It's throwing you on my shoulders. I'm not kidding you either. Totally. You're like, that's 300 pounds. Yeah, yeah. If I had gotten, no, I'm not kidding you. I was strong. And if I could have gotten my balance right, I could have carried it. Because I had to carry really just 100-pound things all day long, 40-pound things all day long. I'm not saying I could move it a whole. I'm not going to say I could move that crap a whole lot. But if it weighed like 4 tons or whatever, I could move stuff around. But it depends on how you use your leverage and how you use your body and everything else. It's not like you just go lift it. Now I couldn't lift freaking 40 pounds without having a hernia. But a lot of it was knowing how to lift, truly. Anyway, so I wonder if she's still missing. This is April 15th. But it says, see, this says missing teen located, and then it gives a story. Investigators tell us Talicia has been located and returned home. So they must just be referring to the story that they were talking about. Okay. That's dangerous. You saw how worked up I got about seeing this poor kid. But everything I said is absolutely true, and those are all factors. That makes her one of the highest risk factors that there can be among human beings in the United States. Black female autistic, 16-year-old black female autistic wandering off by herself. I can't even think. You know, they say, "Oh, well, what about white girls? What about white girls? They like no bullshit." And my daughter was a white autistic. Now I think about it, and I didn't worry about her. No, I'm not familiar with that story, and I don't even know if I want to hear about it. You know, it's so sad because I was a corrections officer and I worked in a maximum security prison for 15 years. And working with people and knowing what these people did, I didn't judge them and I didn't treat them like shit, crap, or I didn't treat them bad. But the problem was, is I liked a lot of those guys. They were really likable fellows, but then you find out what they did to children and to women and animals sometimes and stuff, and you're like, wow, these people are so likable, and it's messed with my head. So, no, and now since I've been away from it, like I don't even like cop shows or stuff anymore because I remember those people and I remember I liked them, and it scares me and it makes me feel very uncomfortable about everybody around, if that makes sense. Guess it makes me paranoid, kind of. But I mean, I don't think everybody's bad. It just makes me feel uncomfortable because these people were so likable, like serial killers were in particular. Okay, so this is one of those stories that I am not liking right now. She revealed underground tunnels and is in hiding. I'm a supporter of her and her journey. What? The what? Is she autistic, or is this like a rich person's daughter? Okay, yes, no, what? Is she autistic? I put Allie and Biden, and I'm trying to figure out what you're saying. Familiar with Allie's story? ALL. I'll put dash story. Okay. I don't know. I don't. Are you talking about Abby? Oh yeah, you're talking about Abby. That's who you're talking about. Abby. Yeah, I spoke out. People keep on asking me about that. No, you're not talking about Abby, huh? Okay. Oh, okay. No, you know that girl Abby and her mom. They have like the T-shirt factory thing now. I guess her mom's saying some pretty. Wait, I think you even said something about that Abby girl's mom being a little out there. Anyway, I'm gonna take a look at this while you look that up, and I'm gonna check this out. Carmel Food Company provides opportunities to people on the autism spectrum. Now, this is one thing that's pissing me off about Autism Speaks right now. We've got those millions and millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars being thrown around at research that if they're going to survive as a charity, they need to stop giving to any kind of research or contributing to any kind of research whatsoever of any kind, and start putting that towards directly towards autistic families. Um, but the thing is when they talk Allie Carter, how long has this story been out? My bad. I see an author. Oh, okay. Huh. Ally. Ally. I'm starting to think that I might know who she is. Was she like locked away in a house for like she had a kid or a couple of kids or something? I don't know about the tunnels though. I'm gonna have to look into that. Okay. I'm like, oh, the tunnel was used for child sex trafficking and other illicit activities, such such claims are unfounded, hinting at long-standing anti-Semitic tropes. What? Baseless what? Oh my goodness gracious! This is weird. Anti-Semitic. Okay, so this is about Jewish people. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I believe that. Okay, this. Oh yeah, these are different tunnels. Okay, I'm gonna look this up. I'm gonna look this up later, but I'm gonna get back on this story here. Thank you for that. I'm gonna look that up. In fact, I'm just gonna bookmark it. Is what I'm gonna do, and I'll get back to it. I'm gonna bookmark the search. If I can. I guess not. I'll remember it though. Well, and see, one I will say this, and I know people are gonna just say, "Oh, Dave, you're so, you know, fishing for to be." This is the thing, particularly when it comes to people being victimized. Um, it's in sex trafficking and that kind of thing. I hope I don't get in trouble on TikTok, but autistic women, young autistic girls, whatever, are going to be much more likely to be victimized in that way per capita than neurotypical young ladies. And a lot of that is because of parents, families, neighbors, people being very hateful towards young autistic women. Skinner said, no, No, it wasn't. It was Hans Asperger. Hans Asperger said was once quoted as calling autistic females. Now, people don't know that he actually addressed them, but he talked about them. He called them born prostitutes. He said they were all sexual deviants. No, this is absolutely true. They were all sexual deviants. And of the boys, he spoke of born criminals. Or autistics as born criminals. I think he categorized the females as criminal prostitutes. He didn't say that, though. But he was talking about autistics. He said born criminals. Then he talked about specifically girls, and he said born prostitutes. So how I would take it as both for girls. That was Hans Asperger. And I'm kind of I'm way more pro Hans Asperger than most people. But yeah, he had his own brand of hatred that was unacceptable. I'll just say that. The only thing, okay, I will say this about Hans Asperger's. I knew what he was involved with and everything else wrong. I do not condone it. I'm not saying he did the right thing or anything else. I've studied him extensively. There's only one problem I have. Nope, he was not. He never became one. He joined parties that were affiliated with it, but not the actual party. And the problem is the way he skirted around things and so forth. If you wanted to save as many autistic people as you could without being unlife yourself, you would do exactly what he did so you would not be suspected. If you wanted to save as many autistic people as you could at that time, you would have to say, no, these kids are not productive and never will be productive. I'm sorry, bye-bye. Because if you tried to save those kids, they would figure that out real quick. Real quick. And someone else would be taking your job that next day. But maybe if you could justify certain kids living and being, quote, productive, maybe those kids might live. So this is the problem. He may have been a monster. A horrible monster. Okay? Don't get me wrong here. And he did do things like he did. There were some times where he probably did know where they were going and everything else. I am saying this. He also could have been a good guy that did what he had to do to survive and to try to save as many kids as he could. That could very well be the case. And there's a lot of evidence to make it extremely ambiguous as to you don't know for sure. The one thing that you can say is right after the war, he was not interested in genetics. Nah, yeah, no. This is people talking about Hans Asperger and studying his histories, memoirs, and so forth that most recently came out in the early 90s that were translated into English, and some of the correspondence that went back and forth. Now, he never really praised the Nazi Party. He never became part of the party, and he also said that he joined the Nazi army so he did not have to join the Nazi Party because the Nazis were trying to make him join. That was his words. That was after the war. Yeah. Oh, yeah. it's and I'm not. What I'm saying is, I'm not defending him in any way, shape, or form, and I'm saying he could have been a total monster. But if he was super sneaky spy, really smart, and a good guy, he possibly. I would have done, or you would have done everything that he did if you wanted to save as many kids as possible. That's what I'm saying, which is really weird. But it may have been just because he was really efficient at doing his job and really efficient at picking out the kids that were the most productive. But there was also a lot of things that, like after the Nazi Party, after the war, he expressed zero interest in eugenics, zero interest in the Nazi Party, zero interest, but he still was a child psychologist. So I'm not saying he was a good guy, and I'm not saying I know he probably knew that there were horrible things going on around him. And I'm saying I know he probably knew that. Everybody knows that. I'm not saying that he was a good guy. I'm saying if he was the best guy in the world and he was trying to survive and help as many people as he could, you pretty much I would have ended up, anybody would have ended up doing kind of the same things that he did. But then again, like I said, it would have corresponded to the job description. But after the war, he wasn't interested in eugenics. He stayed away from the Nazi Party, and it was just weird. But he still stayed, he still was involved in some politics, but not like he was before. And it was different, like social issues. It didn't have anything to do with kids or anything. So I'm just saying it's weird. I would hate to condemn a guy that actually was a good guy, and find out that like he was demonized. But then again, if he was a monster, I certainly wouldn't want to make him out to be an angel. So at this point in time, I just say that he could be good, he could be bad. I hope we get rid of the whole Asperger's moniker so we don't have to talk about this crap, because I think it's just all crap. We're all autistic, we're all ASD. Screw them, flap harder. Oh yeah. Well, there is. I just saw some people, or a lady that did a social experiment, and she was looking, and she was comparing like the younger pictures with the comments and stuff, and if they were younger, the younger they looked, and the more seductive they looked, and she started looking at the percentages, and they were freaking. I think what she was saying was true, but the numbers that she was saying and the direction that those guys were saying was freaking. I couldn't believe it, but I think it's because I'm autistic. There's just certain things, you weren't supposed to be rude to women I was from the South, so you just didn't. That being said, the places that had the most religion, the most highly popular religious areas, have the most porn, have the most family issues, that with essays and all kinds of different essays, and the areas that are the least religious have the least pornography type cells, and the most and the fewest essay numbers. Just weird. And that has happened to me before when I was young. Very strange situation it was. I don't talk about it, but yeah, it happened to me when I was young. It was different. So, Carmel, providing opportunities for people with autism, this on every side of the spectrum. That's the goal of Carmel Food Company, fully staffed by people with autism. So we're using this with autism. And so what I'm not liking, and what I don't like about Autism Speaks is right now they're really pushing this job thing. But what they're not pushing is college education, and they're not pushing mentors. I believe the best thing we could do is have mentors for autistic people. Because if you have a mentor in their special interest, right? If you have a mentors, and if we could make a mentor program for kids, for autistic kids in their special interest, you think an astronaut might want to teach a little autistic kid? Those autistic kids might teach that astronaut stuff. And then think about when those kids grow up, what kind of astronauts they could be. But they're autistic. Yeah. Think about what astronauts they could be. Now, some like me, I couldn't do it. But there are autistics out there that could. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, just to think of how amazing we would. But instead, and I understand these people's good intention, but they're framing it in the, and I haven't read the story, I don't know anything about the story, but how they're going to frame it as we can have a manual laborer. Right. Right. I think autistic people, oh, they're $1 billion drain on our economy if they're the big, okay, fine. You give us mentors. And I don't care how much that mentor cost. Well, it's going to be $50,000 a year for one person. Well, and that person could probably have, 2 or 3. Of course, if you suggest that they have more than one person, then they'll try to have a 500 for, one mentor. But if you could have a mentor or 2, just for whatever, those people, it will pay itself off. Because you're going to have the best of the best mentally, whose person is a special interest being trained by the best of the best. So if you cultivate those minds, the things that could happen would be unbelievable. But what they're going to do is they're going to frame this as we're going to find ourselves some good manual laborers, and we're going to teach these artistic kids. We're going to teach these artistics some manual labor. I tell you what, you say they ain't good for nothing, but you give them a shovel and you say go on and just dig them a hole, they're going to keep on digging until you make them stop, I tell you. I'm going to get in so much trouble. Somebody's going to record that. Yeah. But you know what I'm saying? That's going to be the attitude. Providing opportunities for people with autism, with the disease autism, on every side of the spectrum. Every side of the spectrum. I already talked about that wheel. That inside the executive chief. Yeah. Inside Executive Chief Whitman's kitchen, the team is busy at work. They're prepping the desserts and food for the day. The kitchen isn't just recognized for being gluten dairy free, it's recognized for all the autistic people. Oh my God! I was making up the sentence. I was making up the sentence as I went. All the employees have autism. I totally made up the end of that sentence. I didn't even read it. See the person, not the disability. Oh my. Can I give fingers? I'm on too many platforms. I don't know. Well, I don't know what FF is, but I don't think I know what shit. This is not good at all. This is not good. So exactly as I said, why is it that I can always do this? So all the people doing the prep in the kitchen, they're prepping the desserts, are autistic. So that's how they framed it. We've got laborers. What did I tell you? And then they're going to dress it up. We see the person, not the disability. You see the laborer, not the disability. Why didn't you say, "Wow, why don't we see what their talents are and send them to college and then ask them to work for us?" No, it doesn't matter what they're good at. Don't even ask. Don't even ask. Find that mentor for them. Just say, go do your thing, however many years of college, and then come back, and we'll see what you're doing. If you're a doctor, I don't know. We're a bakery. We'll figure something out. You know, maybe you can be the free doctor for this bakery. You know, right, right. Oh, of course not. Of course they're not getting. No. You know what they're probably getting? Their hours are cut to 32 or whatever they do. Do they still do the 38 2-hour thing now? Or what if what they're doing? They're paying them by the contract, by the damn cake. We'll give you $1 if you finish this cake. We're going to sell it for $500 for this wedding, but hey, we'll give you $1, autistic kid. Get out of here. There's people coming. Get in the back of the kitchen. $10 a month so they don't lose their government benefits. Really? Are you serious? Minimum 20 hours, yeah. But the thing is, I've been told time and again that in the United States, if you are identified as autistic, then they don't have to pay you regular wages. They can pay you like greatly reduced. I don't know how much it is, but which I think is total BS because I'm smarter than most neurotypical people. I did not say that aloud. Okay, that is not Aspie supremacist. That is autistic-y supremacist. But there's so many autistic people that hate it because you go to the work and you're smarter than your bosses. And oh, I don't know how many autistic people have told me that. There's been so many people that have told me that. Get in trouble for being smarter than their bosses. Isn't it terrible? Not only has it given her a chance to learn to bake, she has learned new life skills. See how they're framing this? Yeah. All right. Now, I bet you are a lot slower to learn things. Like, okay, say I throw you in a particle accelerator. Now, I don't know shit about particle accelerators. I know there's the CERN one in Switzerland or whatever. But I throw you in a particle accelerator. It might take you... you know it all. Like, I know everything about particle accelerators. What are you talking about? I'm a physicist, Dave. What the hell? Yeah. It is quantum physics. You do know stuff about it. You know probably more than me. But yes, it is. Yes, it is quantum entanglement. Oh shit, you do. I so love you. I so love you. Oh, talking about quantum entanglement. Okay, yes. But like to go in there and run it, it might take you a little bit longer than most people to learn how to operate certain things there or whatever. But once you have it, there's probably not going to be anybody that knows or understands it better once you get it down. if you're operating that thing or doing that thing. However, you may have a hell of a time, particularly in the beginning. I remember one time I was in college and I had skipped I'd skipped a lot of school because I went in the military when I was a junior in high school. This gal starts talking about particles, and she starts about talking about how carbons and oxygens and stuff, and how they all molecules and how they attach and stuff like that. And this professor looks at me and she goes, "You look like you have a question." And I looked at her and said, "I'd love to have a question. I just don't have enough understanding to base a question on." Well, then she brought out the Tinker Toys, and before she was done talking, I had like 4 projects done. I mean, I had everything done before she was actually finished explaining it, because she put it. Yeah, well, and the thing is, because she brought out the little Tinker Toy things, the molecule things, I immediately understood what she wanted because I could physically touch it and I could picture it. But before that, I couldn't picture it. I didn't understand, and so I. She looked at me. She looked at me, and she looked at the table, and she's like, as soon as she's finished talking, she looks and she goes, "Well, if you want, you could go help the others." So that's what I did. But the thing is, I was a lot slower in a lot of things, and I always have been. But once I get them, then I get really good, and that's a very common autistic trait. It's just how we are. Um, this is kind of fun talking like this because I'm somewhat on a subject, but then we can really talk about true autistic life, and truly relate. And that's what I really like about this kind of interaction. Um, and how it relates to actual real stuff that we're looking at. Every parent wants their kid to live a happy, fulfilled life, and I didn't want anything less. Nobody does. She didn't want him to sit at a home and collect disability. How many times have I said, and I saw this in Pink, I saw this in Autism Speaks. It was the same type of language. How many times have I talked about our value is based upon our productivity? And I've noticed that being an advocate. We're not valued on what our minds are worth or what our worth is as a human being. Our value is based on productivity. How much can you work? And if you can't work, you're not worth anything. And if you can make lots of money, that means that you're worth a lot because you, quote, theoretically worked hard. Oh, yeah. And I believe in this. This is weird. I know a lot of people, what? I think there's 2 classes of people in the United States. There's the government class, the ruling government class. Now, not all. Like there's some people, some high executives or whatever that are with the government class, but they work with the government. But they're still not actually government class. And then there's the people who do not work for the government, which is a very different kind of class. And that goes all the way down from your little podunk city to presidential and congressional levels. There's a very different kind of attitude, particularly for people that have been working for the government for any period of time. There is an entitlement they have. Yeah, haven't taken our strong man back. Okay, so now, yeah, every kid wants to live, everybody wants their kids to be happy. Of course we do. Duh. Oh no. Oh no, are we going to have to do it? My baby wanted to be a chef, and he was going to be a chef. I'll never go hungry again. If anybody knows what that reference is, I'll never go hungry again. Why isn't he a chef? Okay, what started as a small booth at a local farmers market 8 years ago has quickly taken off. They want to provide dignity and purpose to all ends of the autistic spectrum. I know a girl who probably is autistic, and she is a chef in her school. Her school. This girl grew up, well, she grew up, I saw her, watched her grow up very closely to my family. I mean, we go to her birthday parties and stuff. But I think, spending $750,000 or something on bakery school. You heard anything like that? $750,000 for bakery school? A Jill of all trades. But she's a baker, like a pastry baker or something. $750,000. I like what? And I think it was for like a quarter million for this school, $250,000, or that kind of thing. Well, she's going to be like cooking for dignitaries and stuff. Is the only thing I can figure. You know, when Trump needs a truffle. My son was constantly being evaluated and told, oh, well, he speaks on this percentile. Developmentally, he's on this percentile. And la da da da. Hence, there was no label on the table was born. No label on the table was born. The artwork on the sign created by Jacob, an old symbol they used to say for eating. Due to his autism, he struggles to express his emotions verbally. I don't like it when they frame it this way. It struggles to express her emotions verbally. If he's got alexithymia like me and my if he's got alexithymia like me and my son's dad, it's not that we struggle to express our emotions. We may have trouble understanding what our emotions are, except for good or bad, except for extremely strong or none. It's not. We may not ever feel the difference between sad, lonely, depressed, blue, because it's just all bad and it just feels terrible no matter what. It's just awful. Or feels really good. And there's no distinction between those emotions. You have to look at the situation to figure out, okay, why do I feel this bad? Well, my dog got hit by a car. That's why. But it isn't, I feel this emotion, this type of feeling, because my dog got hit by a car. And I know I feel this emotion. I feel this weird, sad emotion because of a sad thing that happened. No, I see it. I feel bad. My dog got hit by a car, therefore I know that bad is described as sad or mad or angry or whatever. But the emotion's all the same. And the emotion's all the same, or there's no emotions. So when people describe autism, due to his struggles to express his emotions verbally. Well, if you don't know what your emotions are, you can't even begin to struggle to express them. Crying, that made you cry what? Thinking about the screaming or thinking about what? This, uh-oh, I'm making her cry. I better go home now. Wait, I am. Damn. Due to his autism, he struggles to express his emotions verbally. Aww. Hit by a cat? Oh, a car. I was like, what? Okay. So just see how long it takes me to get through one sentence. I can't even get through one sentence. I go off on a whole autistic thing, an autistic life thing, and that's why this is how the Greeks and the Romans taught. They would get a class of kids together. It wasn't in a building. It may have been on the steps of somewhere of a institution or whatever. But then I don't know. A bird would fly by. No, this is great. A bird would fly by, and they would start talking about how all the winged creatures are the same, and all the creatures that crawl on the earth are the same, and all the creatures that swim are the same, because they didn't know about. And then they talk about the humors, or whatever. And the way they would teach it was not by rote of a academia in the sense of a what do they call it, a not criteria, a itinerary, but it was as they experienced life. And now in ABA they call this a natural environment training, but then they sit kids at a table and do ABA, or they get on the ground now and call it naturally. It's not. Yes, like the way I used to teach my kids is we go out to feed, and whatever happened, whatever we did, is how we learned. And I am really serious. We literally learned life lessons that way. If something was having a baby, we learned about having babies. Mm-hmm. But they call that natural environment training, and that's all that is. The old Stoics did that. That's why they were Stoics. They couldn't have been Stoics if they, because they were out by themselves. They had to, right, right. Anyways, for employees like Hannah, it's provided a stable income for bills like rent, and hopefully she'll get to buy a car soon. Cat soon? Maybe a cat. Oh, yeah, I know. I hated being. You remember sitting in school going, that dude's dumb. And that's your teacher. You're like, that guy, he's so dumb. He has no idea how dumb. I could not explain to him how dumb he is. And that's my teacher. And I'm getting a D in this class. What the and then you have so little respect that you don't want to, that then you, because of the PDA or because of just pure rebellion, because you're 14, you're like, and you don't do your work at all because they're stupid anyway. I don't know. That never happened to me. I was a perfect angel. I'm just saying hypothetically that probably happened to somebody like Pink, because she's an awful person and didn't do her homework. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep. Okay, throw all your assumptions. Quit assuming that you're doing something nice or charitable. All you're doing is hiring another person who might need a few more accommodations, but those accommodations are going to benefit everyone in the workspace. You know what? Up yours, dude. Do you not realize that autistic people accommodate you all day long, every single day? So when you make a few accommodations, you turn the light down just a little bit one time for us, And now here you are, but those accommodations are a benefit for everybody in the workspace. Here you are patting yourself on the back for it. So remember, every time that you make an accommodation, about 10,000 accommodations have been made for you in your lifetime, buddy, by autistic people, having to sit there and look you in the eyes. Excuse me. I did not do that. Right. But the thing is yeah, and when we have to change our identity and mask, that is literally accommodation so they feel better. So literally, there really isn't any time that we're not accommodating them. So when they say that they made accommodations like this, it just kind of pisses me off because they think they're being progressive, but they're still being ableist. Yeah. All you're doing is hiring another person. See, it sounds good, who might need a few more accommodations. So now they're putting that person down because they have to make a couple of accommodations one time. Even when we go there, we're still going to be accommodating them for the rest of the time we work there. Period. End of story. Done. But they don't understand this, Pink. That's the thing. And they never will understand that. That's why we've got to have conversations like that. That's why I got to do shows like this. You know? Oh, I've had a viewer on, I got a whole viewer on, I didn't get a comment, but I got a viewer on Twitch. I know that's a weird place to do it. I'm just thinking that if TikTok goes weird, then I've heard some people are going to Twitch, and I've heard that Twitch, as far as I can see, it's a great place to do stuff like what I'm doing right now. It's better than TikTok, actually. It's more designed for live streaming. So, throw out all your assumptions. Quit assuming that you're doing something nice or charitable. All you're doing is hiring another person who might need a few more accommodations, but those accommodations are going to benefit everyone in the workplace. The food company says they will be partnering with much larger companies sometime this year and will share soon. Okay. Alrighty. Sounds good. Sounds good. Oh, did you hear about me sending these letters? Where's my thingy? Uh-oh. Now I'm looking for my thingy. I know my thingy's up there. This letter that I sent to Home Depot, McDonald's, all those places that were supporting Autism Speaks, like Charity Navigator, the Better Business Bureau, and all those companies. Remember I was talking about them? These are all websites. There's 20 websites here. Okay, so I sent all these letters. I don't know if I told you about that. And I have gotten at least one response back, but that was like on a Saturday, and that was by their CEO or whatever. And well, it was on a Saturday, and this is like, I think that he's like the owner of a chain of like ice cream shops, and there's like 10 or something of them in around Philly or something. I don't remember. You're gonna make me look. Okay, hopefully my tablet will work. But I ended up sending out about 30 emails. There was 20 companies, but Wilson listed the exact franchise owners that were doing the Autism Speaks thing. So I sent a letter to Wilson and then each one of the actual franchises. So what I'm hoping with Wilson is that the franchise owners freak out and then call the headquarters of Wilson, and then Wilson freaks out because they're getting calls from all these franchise owners. And I'm hoping it kind of roller coasters back and forth that way, you know. I mean, probably not. Probably they'll figure out that one person sent out all the, things. It was the same email, but still, it's going to get people talking. And if one of those falls off the list here in the next month or so, I'm going to claim it. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to try to find this thing real quick because that is a good question. Which company was that? I'm getting a bunch of these. Got one from McDonald's, Walmart. Wow. Walmart ignored it. Let's see what McDonald's says. Interesting. McDonald's says it's not their issue. That's amazing. They're saying, well, it's just individual franchise owners. Here's Chuck E. Cheese. Better Business Bureau. Charity Navigator. Wow, there's quite a bit. I didn't have any idea. Okay, thank you for your inquiry, using the help, and for using our site. First and foremost, this is Charity Navigator regarding Autism Speaks. First and foremost, if you believe a particular charity is operating, so I think it's looking like it's very if you believe you have a particular charity that is operating unethically or illegally, strongly encourage you to report your concerns to proper authorities. Nonprofit regulations resides in the hands of the IRS and are typically Attorney General at the state level. Charity Navigator does not evaluate organizations based on mission, and our complete methodologies can be found here. Okay, so Charity Navigator says no, is what's going on here. So I gotta check this out. Okay. So yeah, this is really very, very interesting. I'm gonna have to go into my emails now. All right. So yeah, I wonder, do we have anybody that has come on yet? Nope. Nobody from Instagram yet. All right. What about up here? Okay, cool. We've had one viewer. Yes. Okay, I'm going to pull up my... I have to pull up my email. My personal email. Um, which one is this? Fuck. Fuck me. God damn it. Google pisses me off. They really do. Every time I try to do anything, they're trying to make me redo my password in like triplicate. Oh my god. Damn. Google, you know? Howdy, howdy. I'm actively right now as we speak. Oh, come on. Oh, wrong. I don't even know if I have it for this. Okay. Hopefully this is it. Fucking pissed me off. Totally forgot. Yeah, I'm here. I cannot even do this. I'm trying to I hate Google always has to have me redo my stuff all the time. Okay, you know what? I don't even want to do this. I don't even need to do this. How do I get... I don't know how to get... to another Gmail account. I have no idea. I'm trying to get to. I have more than one Gmail account and it's only showing one. So I got to go to my other Gmail account. I don't want this account.